Sarukian recently posted a video of himself chasing a baby duck, captioned, "Stop running, Ilya." A clear jab at Ilya Taporia following his recent comments downplaying interest in a fight with Armin. It looks like the duck meme in MMA has officially evolved to a new level.
Yeah, Ilya, stop running, Ilya. Stop running, Ilya. Good boy. I'll make it quick, no worries. Good boy.
Islam Makhachev keeps people on their toes. With the python in his grip, no one is truly safe. Although Sean O'Malley may be out of the title picture for now following back-to-back losses to current champion Merab Dvalishvili, he remains a key voice in the conversation. O'Malley is very familiar with this matchup, not only from his 2 fights against Dvalishvili, but also because he sees similarities between himself and Corey Sandhagen in terms of build and fighting style. While he's not counting Sandhagen out, O'Malley actually considers him a more skilled martial artist than the reigning champ. Dvalishvili may not deliver flashy performances or viral finishes, but he consistently finds a way to win.
Corey Merab, how do I see that fight playing out? You know, I fought Merab twice, beat him once, lost to him once. I'm just kidding. Corey's got really good wrestling scrambles. He did really good against Umar. He kept his hips high. He was able to scramble very well. I wouldn't say really gassed, but he definitely got a little bit tired, whereas Merab he just doesn't get tired. Oh, if Corey, Corey's well versed in the 50-50 in the leg game. So I'm curious if he will cause scrambles that way, maybe threaten some submissions that way to where Merab gets uncomfortable and maybe shoots less. It's hard for me to wrap my head. Who do I think is going to win? I think it's a coin flip. I think if I had to guess, I feel like Merab, if Merab goes out there and grabs a hold of him, I think Corey's going to be surprised how strong that little Georgian feels. But also I could be completely wrong. Corey could go out there and hit some beautiful scrambles and completely make Merab look silly.
After Max Holloway's 3rd fight with Dustin Poirier, which Max won, Sean said he still believes he has a shot at beating Merab as well.
I truly believe that I was going to go out there and make Merab look stupid. And I'm still so delusional that I still believe I can do that. But Max Holloway beat Dustin in his 3rd fight, lost the first 2. So never say never. Ooh.
On an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience MMA Show podcast, Roundtree Jr. pulled no punches when discussing reigning champion Ankalaev. The UFC veteran expressed his disdain for Ankalaev's trash-talking persona, making it clear he has no respect for the champion's approach to the sport. Roundtree's frustration comes from what he believes to be unnecessary disrespect from Ankalaev, particularly on social media. Speaking to Joe Rogan, Khalil said, "I can say confidently, am I a fan? Absolutely not. Both as a human and a fighter. He just talks shit. I don't like people who talk shit for no reason. If I didn't say anything to you or mention your name, then why are you talking shit about me? Even as an adult, I've had to deal with this shit my whole life. It's passing along through social media and kids are getting beat up for it. We're grown men on a large platform and people look up to us, and you're choosing to do this. You have a responsibility." The next UFC event is set to take place in Abu Dhabi, with Robert Whittaker facing Renier de Ridder in the main event. At the pre-fight press conference, Robert shared his thoughts on the matchup.
But were you aware of what he's done in one championship, and have you watched his previous fights?
He was on the radar, and obviously since the fight got announced, I've been doing my research like anybody else. And anyone that has done the research can see that he is a well-accomplished fighter. He's been around the track many times, fought for titles, had titles in other divisions. It's going to be a hard fight. He's a veteran like myself, and I look forward to the test that comes Saturday.
And yeah, because for those who may have not followed his career prior, they'll see Bo Nickel and then they'll see Robert Whittaker, and they look at it as a massive step up in competition. Do you see it that way for him as well?
Yes, to a degree, because I think I'm pretty good. But no, because he's had big fights. He's been under the lights. He's had title fights, 5-rounders before. So he's used to the things surrounding the fight, but he hasn't fought anyone like me though.
Whittaker, who has previously fought and lost to both fighters headlining UFC 319, also gave his prediction. He believes Dricus du Plessis will come out on top.
Your opinion on the championship fight that's happening in August, Dricus versus Hamzat. What do you think is going to happen, and who do you think is going to get their hands raised in middleweight?
It's tricky. I think the favourite would have to be Dricus, just because, yeah, I think the favourite would have to be Dricus. The only things I can really say with any sort of certainty is that Chimaev will get Dricus to the mat, but if Chimaev doesn't finish Dricus there, I find it hard for him to win. I think the longer the fight goes, Dricus is more favourable. Chimaev has outstanding first round finishes, but you know, every fight that's gone the distance has been close.
BJ Penn has been arrested multiple times in recent months in Hilo, Hawaii on charges related to the alleged abuse and assault of his mother. According to reports, he believes his mother and other family members have been killed and replaced by imposters. A restraining order was issued against him, which he later violated, leading to his most recent arrest. Amid his ongoing legal troubles, Penn has made a public plea for support from UFC CEO Dana White, former CEO Lorenzo Fertitta, and several sponsors, as he appears to be struggling with his current situation.
This message is for Dana White and Lorenzo Fertitta. I need your guys' help. I've been pushed out. This is the house I grew up in, lived here my whole life. Fought in the UFC, became a world champion and all that stuff. And Mark Mastroff, UFC gyms. I know we do really well to help promote the UFC gym companies. And just, that's it. That's the house right there. Show them again the house I grew up with. I'm kicked out of the house. An army moved into all of these houses. I need your guys' help. They got me staying over here in the studio. I'm the world champion. I'm the one who went out there and took the punches, took the blows. And here we are, getting pushed out of everything, about to have everything stolen from us. All the money I made from the UFC gyms, all my sponsors, all invested back into my family, into everything. Every dollar I made invested back in. I'm about to get it all taken from me. And I need your guys' help. Dana White, Lorenzo Fertitta, Pat Tenori, come down this time and help this time, please.
Former UFC middleweight champion Sean Strickland has been indefinitely suspended by the Nevada State Athletic Commission following an incident at an MMA event last month. During the Tough Enough show in Las Vegas on June 29th, Strickland, who was cornering fighter Miles Hunsinger, entered the cage and struck Luis Hernandez, who had just defeated Hunsinger. The altercation began after Hernandez taunted Hunsinger's corner during his post-fight celebration, prompting Strickland to confront and punch him. In response to the suspension, Strickland commented, "Yeah man, dark days indeed. Anyone up for an exhibition boxing match?" Here are the top 3 memes found on the internet. Number 3 meme was posted by Amrod42. Number 2 meme was posted by Smash Talk. And number 1 meme was posted by More Put. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the content, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated with the latest MMA news. Japan
Ontdek bankieren dat verder gaat. Waarbij je gratis en binnen enkele seconden geld naar je vrienden in het buitenland kunt sturen. Met leuke gifs. Revolut.
When they start slipping over this way, out the way at the right, he'll bring that up.
And this one is important. When the arm goes around the neck here, Tom needs this arm to defend.
Welcome to Tom Aspinall's Fight Lab. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company as we get stuck into a fantastic fight coming to you from Abu Dhabi as Robert Whittaker takes on Renier the Ridder. The champion's here, Tom Aspinall. And check this out. We've got the skyscraper in the house. That's right, the one and only Mr. Stefan Struve. Here's your breakdown. Right, the boys, let's get stuck in to our main event for this prime time event where Robert Whittaker is going to be taking on Renier the Ridder. But first, welcome to the Fight Lab, mate.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good to be here, yeah. Looking forward to it.
What's the buzz like in Holland about this fight? Obviously, with Renier the Ridder coming into the UFC,
Yeah.
he's made a big splash. 3-0, doing extremely well, full of finishes as well. What's the vibe like over there?
Yeah, very excited because it's been a while since we had someone as a contender in the UFC. We come from a time where we had Alistair Overeem, Gegard Mousasi, myself, Jermaine Durandamy, and then for a while we had nothing. Renier has been in the UFC for 8 months, 3 wins. He's got a very big fight, could earn him a title fight, so yeah, we're very excited.
And he's finishing people as well, mate.
Yeah.
He's looked great since he's been in the UFC. Big step up fighting a former champion now, ranked 5th in the world. It's interesting to see where guys are both at in this point in the career.
It feels like, I don't know where you guys are at, that this is Rob kind of defending his place.
Definitely is.
In the division, with this guy, Renier, trying to prove that he is what a lot of people are saying that he is.
Yeah, 100%, and a lot of people are writing Rob off after that last fight with Chimaev, but, you know, there was a freak accident that happened. He was doing all the right things, in my opinion, and for Renier, the way he showed up in his last fight improved. The first time we've seen him in the stand-up, he was confident, he was aggressive, he was really trying to finish his opponent well. Normally he's always trying for the takedowns, looking for the takedowns, and Rob is an incredible striker. So how is that going to work out for this fight? I'm very, very excited to find out.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk us through Robert Whittaker's fighting style, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried showing it on Steph because he is great with the head kicks. I don't know if I've got that flexibility, but we'll try. We'll try. I think something that Rob does really well is distance management. So he has that kind of hoppy little style where he'll fire a lot off the back leg. But I think something that he does really well is close the distance between being like outside a kicking range and then being into boxing range here. So he'll be a lot hopping and then he'll come in with the right, but also what he does really well is when his opponents start timing the right and they start slipping over this way, similar to what kind of a prime TJ Dillashaw did, is he'll throw the right with the right kicks right behind it. So when they start slipping over this way, out the way of the right, he'll bring that up. I ain't going to get that on Stefan, I'll be honest, but he brings that around the outside of the peripheral vision this way and starts to shot with this, not to mention, great grappler. He's great everywhere, do you know what I mean? He's a former champion, so he's great at everything, but I think what he does the best is the distance control, in and out movement and diving. Like he's got a little bit of a kind of karate kickboxing style where he'll be outside a range and blitz in, blitz back out, this kind of thing.
Is he throwing that hand as a disguise for the kick, or is he throwing it to land?
A little bit of both, I think.
Okay.
If you look even at his body stance here, look, the hands are low.
Yeah.
But the hands are okay to be low there because of the distance in between them, the miles in between them. And then all of a sudden, look, he's got both his legs facing forward, so this blitz can be really quick. So he'll go from the outside to stepping in fast, which is something that catches, see this kind of thing that he's doing, this catches opponents off guard a lot, especially when you're fighting more of a flat-footed guy like Marvin Vettori.
He uses one step to throw a punch and a kick. So it's the left jab and he steps, and then for the punch and the kick, he uses one big step to hide it, so you don't know what's coming. And he does it after throwing the right hand a couple times already, so you expect the right hand, then you get met with that beautiful head kick. And he does that against Alistair as well. And one thing I want to point out for this, when I was watching this event, he was in the locker room, he was warming up, and he was drilling this situation where you heard Alistair, because Alistair, when people come in, he lifts his leg like he's doing right here. And Rob does a great job, as you say, Tom, at covering the distance, and he sent a missile his way. And
This is, for me, this is like classic UFC matchmaking. It's, let's see where the new guy is at.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's had a couple of wins, he's fought a couple of unranked guys, he's looked really good, he's got finishes, he's got all the rest of it. Let's see what he's like against a genuine contender, and also let's see where Rob's at. Is Rob on the slide now, or has he just been unlucky in his last couple?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like you say, he fought Hamzat Chimaev. Took a loss, didn't really get into the fight at all.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's done? Not necessarily, but we'll see this time. This is the fight where we see where Rob is really at.
I don't think there's anybody like Chimaev. When he hit the back of Robert Whittaker, he went for the face crank.
Yeah.
And you use that normally for guys to give away their neck,
Yeah.
or when they are like getting out of that position. And Rob was doing the right things, but then obviously he had an issue with his teeth.
Yeah.
And my thought is that if he didn't have that issue, he would have ended up underneath Chimaev, but of course the teeth ended the fight.
We've seen things like this in the past where we had Benoit Saint-Denis against Dustin.
Yeah.
A little bit too much for Benoit at that particular point. We've seen people from outside coming into the UFC, the likes of the Pitbulls coming against Yair, a little bit too much. This is a big test for Renier the Ridder, and I'm looking forward to seeing how, firstly, Rob handles it, but also how Renier handles this as well, because he's made a big splash. There's a lot of noise about him in Holland. This kind of solidifies whether he is what a lot of people are saying that he is.
This is what I want to point out, 6'4" for middleweight. And he, I believe fight night, he weighs around 210 pounds.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Big.
When he is able to close the distance, that's the biggest if for me. Can he close the distance on Robert Whittaker, who's got incredible movement? But if he is able to close the distance and get into the clinch, he's got so many weapons there. More weapons now with the knees, as you showed against Nickel. So it's going to be really interesting when that happens.
Exciting times. Come on, boys. Talk me through Renier the Ridder's style.
Leave it to Steph. Steph's got them long legs. He's similar, like a bigger version of RDR. What are you going to do, Steph? You going to triangle me?
I'm going to put you in a body triangle.
Okay.
I'm probably the first person who's able to do that. And then we're also going to show the finish with Mearshot, I think, the arm triangle.
Perfect. I'll leave it to you, lads, to take over the mat. Go for it.
So what's interesting with him, with Renier, once he closes the distance, he's got unorthodox takedowns, right? He doesn't really mind giving away his back if he can search for the takedown. So when he gets in the clinch and he's got an underhook, what he did very well against Mearshart was get his arm up. And normally, like, nobody does that because they're afraid they're going to take the back. He's fine if people are going to go there because he doesn't, mind going to the ground and then find a way to get on top. He goes here with his arm so that he can bring his head over his hips. And then he hooks the leg and he takes him down like that. Puts him on his back. And then, of course, his submissions are fantastic. He does a great job using his long legs. And I'm going to put a body triangle on Tom, probably the first time that has ever happened. So he does a good job on staying on top. You want to show the tripod as well? The way he switches?
You want me to go up to the tripod?
Yeah, sure, let's try it.
So you want me to start there?
Yeah, let's do it. So
That's the building of our country right there, Mr. Cutting. Americans are boarding.
I don't see no Americans. I see trespassers. Irish hops. You would jump for a nickel what a nigger does for a dime, and a white man used to get a quarter for. What have they done? Name one thing they've contributed. Votes. Votes who say? They vote how the Archbishop tells them, and who tells the Archbishop? Their king in the pointy hat, what sits on his throne in Rome.
Bill's got mixed feelings as regards the Irish.
And there'll be a handsome price for each vote goes Tammany's way.
My father gave his life making this country what it is. Murdered by the British with all of his men on the 25th of July, Anno Domini 1814. You think I'm gonna help you befoul his legacy? By giving this country over to them was had no hand in the fighting for it? Why, because they come off a boat crawling with lice and begging you for soup?
That's the building of our country right there, Mr. Cutting. America.
In today's breaking story, Donald Trump is throwing a massive temper tantrum all over the new South Park episode. How's it going? My name is Hunter Avalon with Occupy Democrat.
But the fact that he will not touch this, and then this last week him doing the distractions, dropping the MLK fight, like who asked for the MLK fight? Who asked for MLK?
You know what's funny is I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, and I was initially like, the Epstein thing for me was just the last straw in terms of you not getting things done. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure there's some smoke, they'll release it. But the more they're doing to hide it, the more I'm like, oh, they're hiding something crazy. I didn't necessarily, I was like, there's probably
The
something.
second you started talking about Obama, I was like, by absolutely torching him with scenes. Take a look at this. President Donald Trump is throwing a full-blown tantrum after South Park opened its new season by absolutely torching him with scenes so wild, even Satan gets involved. The season 27 premiere centers around Trump cracking down on free speech, suing anyone who dares criticize him. In classic South Park fashion, things spiral from there. Protesters flood the streets, Jesus descends from the sky, only to warn them that challenging Trump could get them canceled. referencing a recent 60-minute settlement as proof. But it's the White House bedroom scene that sent shockwaves. Trump, animated and exaggerated, climbs into bed with Satan and pleads, "Come on, Satan, I've been working hard all day." When he throws off the covers, Satan looks down and deadpans, "I can't even see anything. It's so small."
I'm not in the mood right now. Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm not telling everyone to relax. Relax, Dad.
No, I need counseling. You remind me more and more of this other guy I used to date. Like, a lot. Like, you guys are exactly alike.
Following the episode, South Park released a deepfake PSA showing a new Trump wandering the desert. That was apparently the final straw. The official White House response came swift and furious. Press Secretary Taylor Rogers told Variety, "This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. President Trump has delivered on more promises in just 6 months than any other president in our country's history, and no fourth-rate show can derail President Trump's hot streak." Rogers also lashed out at South Park's defenders, saying, "The left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years they have come after South Park for what they labeled as offensive content, but suddenly they are praising the show." In reality, the timing couldn't be worse for the White House. The South Park episode dropped just as creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone signed a massive new deal with Paramount, including 50 new episodes and full streaming rights on Paramount Plus. So while the Trump administration insists the show is irrelevant, it looks like South Park just did what it does best: mock the powerful, rile up the right, and break the internet doing it. And judging by this meltdown, it struck a nerve.
Bongino and Kash Patel spent much of their time in opposition between 2020 and 2024 talking about Epstein. JD Vance went on Theo Vaughn and said we need to release the list. And now, yeah, I mean, the chickens are coming.
In an alternate universe, if you don't go for that and you just stay and throw down strikes, what do you think happens?
Man, if my grandma had balls, she'd be my grandpa, you know? It's tough.
In an alternate universe, if you don't go for that and you just stay and throw down strikes, what
to the amazing part out loud here. He was asked about potentially pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, and he says, I haven't thought about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't thought about it. And then he says, I'm allowed to do it. Oh my God. Again, Ghislaine Maxwell, just so everybody understands, she is also a child sex trafficker. But on top of that, she's also a pedophile rapist herself. Those are part of the crime she committed. She partook in the evil debauchery with Jeffrey Epstein. On record, many girls have attested to that fact and testified to that fact. So to even talk about releasing her, and look, we know what the plan is, right? The plan is, and the Trump regime has already met with Ghislaine Maxwell. What they're going to try to do is get her to come out, say Trump did nothing wrong, was never even around Jeffrey Epstein, he had nothing to do with any of this stuff, and then have her say, oh, the ones you're really looking for are, Bill Clinton was the #1 client, name like maybe 2 other Democrats or like a left-leaning billionaire, say these were the only people who were really doing anything bad and wrong. And then in return for Ghislaine coming out and lying and clearing Trump's name and pointing the finger at Democrats, Trump will offer a reduced sentence or Trump will give her a pardon. That's going to be the move. And watch, right-wing media is already flipping. Right-wing media is already out there. I think it was Newsmax. They were calling her a victim. They were saying, so in other words, they are preparing their audience for the inevitability that this is what's going to happen. Trump views his ticket out of the Epstein files mess as using Ghislaine Maxwell, having her lie on his behalf, and he'll pardon her in return for that. But it's also transparent. It's also obvious what's going on, that anybody who's just minimally objective or honest will tell you, oh, they're covering this shit up. Because that's what they're doing. They're covering it up. They're covering up just how deeply involved he was. I also love this. On his way to Air Force One, Trump was asked, do you maintain that you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday? Because, of course, not only did he write that letter, which we talked about, but now it's either the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. They're running articles of like, hey, here's Bill Clinton's letter, here's this person's letter, here's that person's letter, here's a picture of it, so on and so forth. So, like, more stuff is coming out, right? So for him to reject it off the bat, it really jumped the gun because the evidence was going to come. Of course the evidence was going to come. They weren't making this shit up, right? So Trump was caught speeding because now what are you going to do? Is MAGA going to turn around and go, look, Bill Clinton wrote a letter to Jeffrey Epstein? Well, you were just saying that the letter was fake when it was Trump. You were just saying that the whole book of letters to him, to Epstein for his 50th birthday was fake. Now all of a sudden it's real because it's Bill Clinton? So they really stepped in shit. J.D. Vance is like trying to thread the needle and sounded like a fucking idiot because he is a doughboy idiot. But, so again, they asked Trump, do you maintain that you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday? And Trump responds, somebody could have written a letter and used my name. Oh my God, man. I can't with this guy, dude. It's like, that's literally at the level of like, my dog ate my homework level lie. Like, that is a fucking grade school ass lie. That is like a kid standing there by the empty cookie jar going, oh, I didn't have any. Like, that's the level of the lie that we're talking about here. This guy's a fucking mess. It's amazing that he was able to build a fucking cult around him. He's such an idiot. He's just such a monumental idiot. All right, so now let's switch gears a little bit because I don't know if you guys saw this, but you have the FCC chair, Brendan Carr. He's been doing some interviews. So he went on Fox News and he was asked about The View. So a Fox News host asked him, is The View in the crosshairs of this administration? And this guy says, well, it's entirely possible. There are issues over there. The consequences aren't quite finished. So a little hint there that not only are they cracking down on, like Colbert effectively got fired because of them and they're cracking down on media that's anti-Trump, but also hinting like, well, now we're going to go after The View next. We also have this. CNBC asked him, Colbert's a comedian. You keep talking about journalism and fairness in news, but we all remember Carson and Leno giving Reagan the business. Where does that fit in? And so the FCC chair responds, frankly, the media industry across this country needs a course correction. In other words, even if you're a comedian, it is not fair game to take shots at the president. It doesn't matter. We want to crack down on you. We want to censor your free speech. We want to make sure you can't speak your mind. We want to make sure you can't crack jokes and have fun. Because at the end of the day, fealty to the dear leader is the most important thing. And us here at the FCC are going to try to bring that about through force of law. So this is what's amazing. Again, the right pretended for so long They were these champions of free speech, and it was their number one issue, and it was the main thing that they cared about. And then now, you have the most anti-free speech president in American history in there, and they got fucking nothing to say about it. They have no criticisms of him whatsoever. Colbert got fired directly because of Trump. Directly because of Trump. And not a single one of them have come out and criticized Trump for twisting the arm of the media and saying, fire the guy who makes fun of me too much. Absolutely incredible. If the shoe was on the other foot, and you had a Democratic president who had like a right-wing host that was fired because he was too critical, oh my God, you'd never hear the end of it. That person would be a martyr. That person would be a hero. And the president would be public enemy number one. All right, so now let me give you this. The Orlando Sentinel has a crazy article that they released. The title is Mexican Tourist and Brother Held in Alligator Alcatraz After Orlando Arrest, Father Says. So a Mexican tourist with a valid visa is now being held in the Everglades concentration camp. So this is what Trump's immigration policy is bringing us. And it's absolutely crazy because Mexican tourists are the third largest group of international visitors to the Orlando area. So Mexican tourists, often come to the U.S. And now people are going to start thinking, and they're going to start feeling, well, why would I go to the U.S. if I can end up in a fucking concentration camp because they see the color of my skin and they don't like it? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this country is cooked. Not only do we have fucking brain drain, as we've talked about, no more scientific and medical breakthroughs happening here, no more best and the brightest coming to our colleges. Not only do we have that going on, but now it's like, even the tourism industry. Like, who the fuck is going to want to come to a country that's so hostile to anybody who's not, like, white as fucking Wonder Bread, right? Just absolutely incredible stuff. We also have this crazy story. Shout out to Ryan Grimm of both Dropsite News and Breaking Points, because this was wild. Crystal was telling me about this off the air. I couldn't believe it. But Ryan Grimm resurfaced this old story, which I had never heard. Apparently, in 1997, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, he was Prime Minister back then too, allegedly used tapes of Clinton's phone sex calls with Monica Lewinsky to blackmail and pressure the White House into releasing a convicted spy named Jonathan Pollard. Clinton reportedly told Lewinsky that a, quote, foreign embassy had taped their phone calls. The story, long buried, resurfaced amid speculation about Israel's role in blackmail operations tied to Epstein. So that is a wild fact, bro. So imagine this. You're Bill Clinton. You're doing some shit on the low. You kind of get caught, and then you get a call from the Israeli Prime Minister, and the Israeli Prime Minister tells you, hey, dog, here's my list of demands. And you're going, well, what the fuck are you talking about? And he goes, well, my list of demands is because we have you dead to rights, bitch. We got your phone sex calls with Monica Lewinsky. It'd be a shame if those leaked, wouldn't it? But we could keep it on the low. We could keep it quiet. We could not release it if you give us what we want. So, by the way, you also look at the time frame, and it's true that Bill Clinton was trying to get some semblance of a peace deal, trying to get some semblance of a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. And you think if push came to shove and they were at the fucking 1 yard line and about to get that done, that Israel wouldn't also have blackmailed him into killing that deal because Israel has no interest whatsoever in a two-state solution? Of course that's what would have happened. So this is a hostile government which pretends to be our ally. Why are we giving them billions of dollars to fucking bomb babies on a regular basis and starve babies on a regular basis? Now, I should point out, this is wild, y'all, but President Macron of France announced that France is going to recognize the state of Palestine in September at the UN, at the General Assembly. That's a huge deal. So now you have some, Western states that are going, you know what, it's time to recognize it. And I think one of the main reasons why they're doing it at this moment is just flat out guilt. And they know how history is going to judge people who stood on the side of Israel as Israel did what it's doing right now. So what is happening right now? Well, we just learned the Associated Press, the AFP, BBC News, and Reuters on Thursday all issued a joint statement about their journalists in Gaza. And what they said is, listen, we've never been in this situation before, but our journalists are literally starving to death, and they are going to die. And we are issuing a joint statement saying, this has to stop. You have to allow in the food. You have to allow in the medicine. You have to allow in the water. You are mass starving an entire population of people to death, including our journalists who work for these reputable, old school outlets, these staples of journalism. They had to release a statement to say, hey, don't starve our journalists to death, our reporters to death. How fucking depraved a situation are we in where that's what we're doing? Now, at the same time, they're doing this in Gaza. You got to keep your eye on the West Bank too, because here's just one story that came out from the Times of Israel. So the illegal Israeli settlers disconnected the water supply for 30 Palestinian villages in the West Bank in order to fill up one pool for an Israeli. This is what they do, y'all. This is what they do. You think they're not going to do to the West Bank next exactly what they did to Gaza? They're in the fucking process of it right now, homie. In fact, the Knesset just voted, that's the Israeli parliament, they voted 71-13 for a non-binding motion calling to annex the entire West Bank. I told you this was going to happen. Miriam Adelson, the pro-Israel billionaire, gave Trump $100 million in this last election, and one of the quid pro quos is, you need to let Israel annex the entire West Bank. And here's the Israeli Knesset going, we want to annex the entire West Bank. And because nobody has it's nearly been 2 years straight of a live stream genocide, and because Israel hasn't been held accountable, this is where we are. Because the U.S. is still sending money and still sending weapons, and there is no pressure coming in the sense that we're actually arresting Israeli military and political leaders. They feel like they have total impunity. They can get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with, and they largely are getting away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with. In fact, listen to this, y'all. This is a crazy fact. So in the past 3 days, just the last 3 days, 30 people have died from starvation in Gaza. 30. Now, you might go, okay, well, that number's crazy, but I would have suspected more. Maybe you're saying that, right? Well, here's the thing. Since the beginning of this, which, again, it's been going on for about 2 years, just shy of 2 years now, 115 people in total have died from starvation in Gaza. So, in other words, in the past 3 days, a quarter of them died, of the ones who died of starvation. So, in other words, what that means is we are now hitting the tipping point. So, we're at the point now where you're going to get these colossal waves.
just always bad. And Russia is just big, big, and they're our neighbors, but they just being bullied, they just being bullied. Russian people come into our country, we treat them good and hospitality. We people, we don't have no problem with people, but we have a problem with the politic and the politicians and the bad people who don't respect our country. And for us, every time, like, because of the Russia has occupied our territory, for us, they're like, every time Russia versus Georgia, it's like a more than a sport. This is like we it's like either, and especially in if I lose the soccer game, if you lose soccer game, it's a game, but it's a fight, and especially Peter Yan, he's like a bully,
Yeah.
100%.
I truly believe that I was going to go out there and make Marab look stupid. And I'm still so delusional that I still believe I can do that. But Max all the way. Beat Dustin in his third fight, lost the first two. So, never say never.
Dana White posted a clip of a box of the notorious cigars which Connor gifted him and had the captions, "Thank you, Connor. See you in Italy." Connor reposted Dana's video with the captions, "About to skyrocket these stocks," and tagged UFC and TKO Group.
Ay, camera. No,
How much did teeth cost?
I'm 100% recovery. Honestly, it wasn't too long afterwards because I just got them taken out, so got implants put in, just had to wait for them to settle. So if anything, they're better than they were before. And the price, was paid by Uncle Dana, so it's work injury.
Something's wrong, right? That guy, they say the guy is rich, good looking, the guy can fight, right?
Yeah, fuck. Hey, they say that this guy's fucking billionaire, brother. It's like a much Sarukian.
That's what I heard. And then,
brother, why you fighting?
And then the other side, we got freaking Moicano. Hey, look at that, man.
Look at that, man.
One side you have Dulatov, good-looking guy, great fighter, billionaire, model. The guy born, billionaire, good-looking model, and Moicano, broke, bald, old, tired.
Hey, Gilbert, do you have a mirror in your house, brother? You are in Brazilian scumbag, just ask me, bro.
Например, был Перейра чемпион, да?
Да.
Как боец пришел, Анкалаев его просто разнес. И того нету, и этого нету. Да, Мухаммад чемпион, но интересен ли он людям? Вот же вопрос.
Не расскажешь.
Просто по своей натуре он такой человек, спокойный, занимается своими делами, но как боец он лучше. А UFC хотят, чтобы ты был и как боец, и чтобы ты был интересным. Вот проблема наших бойцов. Возьмем того же Мавсара. Он не будет играть эти бизнес-игры. Он не будет, он не делает. Во-первых, его братья-ингуши не поймут, и он это знает. Во-вторых, он сам такой человек. Спокойный, аккуратный, скромный, но как боец он никому не проигрывал. И его будет очень тяжело выиграть. С этой выносливостью, с этой борьбой. Или его надо вырубать.
Кстати,
по-другому он как машина, он работает, да?
Вообще.
How you doing?
Good, man. I was just sitting here thinking, just want to call and say good night.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, I just want to call and say, say good night, and hope you get some good rest tonight.
I've been resting pretty good lately.
Okay, I'm glad. You deserve it. You know, don't let the bed bugs bite.
All right, bud. Congratulations on the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Thanks, Coach. I appreciate it.
You know?
Hey, Coach.
What up?
What you doing?
Sitting in my basement watching a movie on my phone.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I was just bored and just thinking about you and just, you know, wanted to call and say goodnight, man.
Good night, my friend.
All right, I really hope you get some good rest tonight and don't let the bed bugs bite and all that good stuff. I just, you know, really hope you get some good rest.
Well, I appreciate that. You're always a thoughtful guy. Yeah, I'll check in with you in the morning.
All right, bud.
Bye.
Bye.
Brother, if you want your son high-level wrestling, send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget.
You want to be UFC champion? Move to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years. Is it true? I sure don't think so. Because they have more medals, they must be better. And then you go learn from them. You don't learn a goddamn thing. Yeah, that's the same stuff we do here in America. There's nothing about the Russian system of wrestling that is even slightly ahead of America. They win more medals. Well, they don't have an NFL. They don't have baseball, an NCAA. The best athletes go into their national sport, which happens to be wrestling. If our NCAA Americans went into Greco, we'd have the medals in Greco. No, Dagestan doesn't have a jump on us. I appreciate the boys from Dagestan, but do they really know something that you don't? Has anything ever come from the roots of Sambo that's worth a damn? There's a reason that Sambo's never won Abu Dhabi. There's a reason that Craig Jones does not sign Sambo guys. But if you bring in the right athlete with the right DNA, there's your championship.
One of my favorite fighters to watch was GSP. I love watching GSP. He was poetry in motion. People really know him for his wrestling. His stand-up was just good. His jab. Hour after training, he would sit there and drill over and over and over again. Same move till he perfected it. He was that guy. He was that good. I trained with GSP. We did some grappling together. And after we got done, he was just like, my God, my friend, I had no idea you could even wrestle like this. Where do you train? He said, I got to come, and so we came.
I don't know that we've ever had a time in fighting where it seems more people in the same weight class are unwilling to do what most think is next, or are willing to literally take a hard stance and go, I'm not doing it. Justin seems very, very stern in the idea that if he has to fight Paddy Pimblett and that's the only option, he's not going to do it. And that sucks, because I don't know it's going to make the UFC say, we have to give Justin Gaethje a title fight. It's more likely that because Ilya and Justin want to fight each other, Justin's a big name, and he does have 3-1 in his last 4, it's potential. It's a mess at 155 right now. It really is.
Ilya Topuria, for some reason, is chasing. He wants that BMF for some reason.
In reality, it should be Ilya's, bro. That BMF should always be a. It should always be a.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I should have had that, Joe.
Yeah, so he's not wrong, bro. He's not wrong for thinking that.
For us as champions, we know having a title is great because of the financial compensation that comes with it. If Max Holloway is being compensated as an undisputed champion and he's not the undisputed champion, then I don't care. I got the BMF. I'll fight anyone that they're willing to throw in there.
Messages for Dana White and Lorenzo Fertitta. I need your guys' help. I've been pushed out. This is the house I grew up in, lived here my whole life. Fought in the UFC, became a world champion and all that stuff. And Mark Mastroff, UFC gyms. I know we do really well to help promote the UFC gym companies. And just that's it. That's the house right there. Show them again the house that grew up with. I'm kicked out of the house. An army moved into all of these houses. I need your guys' help. They got me staying over here in the studio. Right here. If I go anywhere near the house up there, I try to get my dogs, get whatever I can. I'll be arrested. They got me over here staying in the studio. And just think about it. No one's here to help me. And, you know, if any of my sponsors out there that, you know, I stayed extra long or I did anything, you know, because I always know if I was going to do a signing, I never leave early. I always stay, even if I got to stay longer. But they got me staying in the studio right over here. They want me to do my laundry at the laundromat. And I'm the world champion. I'm the one who went out there and took the punches, took the blows. And here we are, getting pushed out of everything, about to have everything stolen from us. All the money I made from the UFC gyms, all my sponsors, all invested back into my family, into everything. Every dollar I made invested back in. I'm about to get it all taken from me. And I need your guys' help. Dana White, Lorenzo Fertitta, Pat Tenori, come down this time and help this time, please. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Брайс, приветствую. Саид Нурмагомедов, твой первый соперник с Дагестана. Что ты знаешь про дагестанскую школу ММА? И есть ли у тебя понимание, как ей противостоять?
Shukran, Habibi.
No, he spoke.
Alhamdulillah. Salam alaikum, Abu Dhabi.
He spoke Russian, by the way.
Al-Fawz inshallah. Al-Fawz inshallah. Al-Fawz inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you. I am from Russia.
Oh yeah, I thought you were speaking Arabic.
No, the question was,
What the fuck?
Alright. Welcome to your live chat. To guard your privacy. Alright, good deal. Good deal. Alright. Alright, Heavenly Father, I just praise you, God. I just pray that you speak. Mighty God, speak. Speak through me, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. How's it going, people? Person? Couple people? Get a seat here. Yeah. Well, I'm banned off TikTok till the Friday. Can't do lives till Friday on TikTok. They don't like, dude, I've struggled so much with it. It's been a fight with TikTok, but for some reason, God's got me continually putting a lot of focus on TikTok. I don't know why. I'd rather actually grow this YouTube. I'd rather grow YouTube because I feel like I can say more of what I want to say on YouTube. But it ain't gonna be long, guys, before we're not able to talk about any of this stuff, dude. Because YouTube can just cancel you, and like, what are you gonna do about it? You know? What are you gonna do? Every time I've ever been canceled, it's just like, what are you gonna do about it? Yeah. Dude, I got to 10,000 subscribers before I did any big podcasts. Before I ever told my story or anything, I finally made it to 10,000 subs on TikTok, and they just kicked me off while I was on a live praying for people, bro. Like, I was literally just praying for people on a live, and TikTok banned me. Said I was spreading false hopes, dude. So that's it, guys. Our faith is a false hope. Tells you how weak our Christianity is. No offense, fam. But our faith has become a false hope, dude. All right, I'm here. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna probably go off in a minute, but yes, good. I bless you guys. Ethan, I bless you. Mr. Mimic, I bless you. Gaia loves Jay, I bless you. Jaden, I bless you, fam. The Lord blesses you guys in Jesus' mighty name. You know? It's Jesus, guys. It's Jesus. Dude, when I make my content, I realize like what a wild, sick, nasty dude I was, bro.
Snoopjes?